Hello. Hopefully audio is working. I can only hope. But just give me 2 seconds. Oh, jeez. Hello. So I accidentally got myself into a battle on Honkai Star Rail. So I'm trying to take references of Dan Heng because I'm most likely going to be sketching him as at least as a warm-up. Where did I put my Apple Pencil? Oh, here we go. Hello. Yeah, another stream. I was debating between doing like a traditional stream again or just doodling on my iPad, and I spent the entirety of today mostly cleaning, so I think I want to just doodle digitally so we have a little bit less issues instead. Yeah, I think I'm gonna draw Dan Heng for at least a warm-up. I don't know if he'll be the entirety of today's session, but let me just quickly take reference photos of him in my game. Give me 1 second, because there is some angles that I don't know what his outfit looks like at all, so I'm just gonna hope I take some brief screenshots, at least have some sort of references. Hello everyone. Yeah, thanks for being patient with me, guys, in terms of like the lack of streams and stuff. I'm gonna try my best to get back into them, but let's see. I'm just gonna add him to my favorites, and then we should be able to just get started with some sort of doodling and or sketching. But you guys can let me know if you are also drawing along. And if you are, let me know who you're drawing. Okay, let's get started. So today is mostly going to be like a doodling stream. So there's not really going to be any plans for now. Yeah, someone give Detective Pikachu a character to draw from Genshin. Your mind is empty. Oh yeah, is volume okay? You're tired too? My whole family slept poorly. I couldn't sleep until 3 AM. Oh geez. I'm mostly like physically tired just because like I spent all day cleaning. So like, you know, vacuuming, mopping the floor, wiping down things. Volume is good? Okay, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Okay. I think, depending on the doodles today, I might do some coloring. We'll see. Because I literally have no plans. Volume is perfect? Good. Okay. That's like relieving to hear. I'll also pop this open. Drawing your characters? Drawing some concepts for your persona, exciting. I'm gonna go eat lunch. That's very fair. Feel free to, you know, put me in the background while you're working. Make sure to hydrate, get sustenance and stuff if you need to. Apologies if you can hear my squeaky chair. Okay. Hello, Emerald. Welcome. Like I said, I don't really have any... Maybe I won't put this on for now. Maybe until we do decoloring, since I like to use more of the space on my iPad for now. So if I knew I was gonna do like more finished drawings, I'd probably do like actual rough sketch instead of like jumping in. I think we're we're just gonna do this for today. No rhyme or reason for now. Struggling with the Procreate Max layers at the moment. I'm kind of curious because people who do the max layers, depending on like obviously your amount of space on your iPad and your canvas size, do you guys just end up merging layers, or do you like duplicate your file and then merge to preserve like some of your other layers, or what is your workaround for that? Because I was briefly talking about this on my Instagram stories, that I wanted to do some like, I guess like revamping my current like VTuber model, but making like a completely different one, but on Procreate this time. So I know layer limit is like an issue, but there's a video that I was watching that has like a workaround. So I might follow their steps, because I want to do the coloring and stuff on Procreate, because I do, I guess, like have a bit of a softer style when it comes to coloring on Procreate versus like other programs. So, because my brain's like turning off as I'm sketching. I'm always forgetting that this is supposed to be Dan Heng. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. What's your favorite character to draw? Currently, my OC Selwyn. I do have, let me show you guys. So I think Saturday's video, I ended up drawing my OC Selwyn for like his reference sheet, which I'm glad I finally finished him for this. But I was gonna do this potentially today, so like a watercolor painting or like a gouache painting of Selwyn. Or I was gonna do something like this, which we could have colored today, but I don't feel like just coloring and rendering. So we're just gonna sketch Dan Heng, and then if I feel like it, I'll do some of the coloring for it too. Because I love drawing him, honestly. He's so fun. I don't know. I really like Dan Heng. This might turn into another sketch page, who knows. Yeah, that's the problem, is that like I don't really want to make a smaller canvas to preserve layers, so I typically like to merge layers whenever I can. And I develop like a weird habit of always merging things together. Too late, sometimes a benefit, but also a detriment at times. How's your guys' November going so far? I think last time I streamed was it after Halloween? Or was it before Halloween? Whenever I did like that painting session. I don't really remember. It was probably before Halloween. So it's probably been at least over a week or so. Hi Rin, how are you? I'm doing good. Hopefully you guys are all doing well as well. I don't know why I always say that. Yeeah, hello, welcome. Ganban today's doodle, thank you. How do you pronounce Masaki? It's Masaki. 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 I feel like sometimes I pronounce his name quickly, so people think his name is Misaki, not Masaki. But it's like a ah for the A noise, I guess. Yeah, I can't believe it's November. Honestly. Try to flatten out this eye a bit. But if I do like a revamp of my current model, I'll definitely see if I can show you guys the process of it, because I think it'd be fun to do. I feel a little bit more confident. I know I shouldn't keep switching back and forth, but recently, if my iPad will cooperate, let's see. It's not in there. I think it's in this folder where I have like projects and stuff. I did some full body work recently in Procreate, so because of that, I feel confident that I can probably do my model in Procreate as well. You should go to sleep, but you want to draw? You can always doodle for like a little bit, as long as it doesn't prevent you from sleeping, you know? Otherwise, like, prioritize sleep always. Hello, Jean. Welcome. Rosalette, welcome as well. November started with you having an ear infection that's still going on. Oh no. I hope you can get, I forget, do you take antibiotics or like, what is it called? Oh, I'm blanking. I think it's just antibiotics. Sometimes you take that for ear infections, right? Hopefully it's been at least healing. It's been good, but working on drawings for future projects I'm working on. I wish you luck with the future projects. I'm just kind of glad that my November is a little bit more free, because I kind of just want to hang out with friends and just work on also projects, more personal projects, I guess, at this point. November has been busy, been getting through it somehow. Good luck, Gia. I know you're working hard, so definitely good luck. I guess, like, if you're still a student, November's probably busy, right? With, like, probably maybe midterms if they weren't in October, and then approaching finals, I guess, which is typically in December, at least in North America. Oh, welcome, Oliver. Truly cooked with the zeal, that's for sure. I have the rest of the members also for BTB, like by the beat as well. I don't want to linger in that folder for too long since there is some stuff that's for unreleased stuff for other projects, but I don't know if it's still gonna be released, I think. At least, like, I haven't had news for, like, heard any news from it. Maybe at the very end I can show those ones. Because I did end up liking a lot of those full bodies that I ended up doing for By the Beat. And I was just glad that I got them done. Because, like, part of them, I was, like, out of the country for a while. Oh, I want to draw his hair. I feel like I want him smiling though. I'm so like... I find Dan Heng, like especially this Dan Heng, very endearing. So I always want to draw him more like softer expression. Oh, I forgot to change that actually. Thank you for reminding me. I'm drawing Dan Heng Permancer tireedd PT Peter version. Let me rewrite this. I hate how my keyboard's always in a weird spot. Dan Heng, whoops, PT Permancer tireedd. Dan Heng. There we go. That's gonna forever stick with me, honestly. Did you see the chibis I posted in your community? I haven't checked the community post in a long time, but I'll definitely check it out like after the stream. Have you ever made use of the Procreate quick menu? I use it all the time and not many artists know how to use it at all. Quick menu like this? I don't use it too often. I'm very much like either shortcuts via like a device, especially like a keyboard. Otherwise, like if you watch me when I draw on my iPad, so like for ASMR sessions or other sessions, I typically only use my one hand. Like I don't even redo and undo with like my left hand. I do it all with my right hand, so I don't actually use this all that much other than like flipping horizontal. This is like the only one I use, typically. You're in school and you think you're in the last quarter now? Yeah. I know a lot of people are kind of gearing up towards finals. Who's your favorite OC to draw? Currently, Selwyn. Selwyn's currently my favorite. Which I feel bad. Masaki is always gonna be like my baby. And like, I love drawing Kaisen because he's fun to draw fun scenarios with. But, Selwyn has been my favorite to draw. Midterms are typically in December. Eh? Well, I guess it depends on where you're at, right? For, like, I know uni, at least like in Canada, for like when I was in uni, midterms were probably like October, early November maybe, and then finals were in December for like the first semester. And then you had your second semester, so it'll be like, you know, I think March-ish, I think is typically when the other midterms are, and then we had our finals like towards April, May. How do you draw hands? I think of hands are like kind of like boxes and rectangles. I forget the user that not the user, the YouTube channel that I watched that had like a very good breakdown to think about like fingers and stuff and more like boxes and tubes, so it's easier to imagine them in space. Though like I'm still very weak when it comes to drawing hands, so I don't think I'm the best person to follow advice from. Gearing up for finals. I miss drawing though. My whips started collecting dust. Oh no! You draw so fast and speedy, yeeah. I'm always surprised. But good luck with your finals. Damn, Young. But like, I don't know. I find him incredibly endearing, so I really do like drawing him. And it doesn't help, but like his color palette, I adore. His hair, his like, I don't know. This is everything about this character. Personality-wise too. I just don't know how I want to pose him per se, other than we have like this weird looking back side angle. It'd be too silly to make him have a peace sign. Oh, I think it's smart if you pull up the reference tab on your quick menu, or like anything that you use like super frequently. I guess like, I actually might have to look into that, because maybe I can put like, you know, Gaussian blur or liquify into that section instead, or like color adjustment. Because I definitely use the horizontal flip a lot, rather than like actually going into here and finding how to flip it. I guess like reference would be a smart one to do too. Hello, LPS Little Gaming, welcome. Rainbow Noodles, welcome as well. Every time I have art block, I watch your vids and it makes me motivated again. Thank you for doing what you do. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad that the videos can help a little bit. Because another reason I like making the videos also is to make myself motivated for consistency's sake. Even though like, I know some people it might cause more like burnout rather than feeling motivated. Because I've been trying my best to keep up with using gouache as much as I can. He's turned out a lot larger than I thought. Well. So I don't know if I want his arm to go this way. Maybe. I don't know. Let me just fix his face first. I'm always gonna forget to turn that off. I'm surprised people still follow me Twitch. I'm still debating if I'll ever return back to it or if I'll just continue to stream on YouTube. Because I do miss having my little free emotes and stuff on there too. I feel like the more you practice hands, the better you'll be at doing them, regardless like if you think they look nice. Because eventually you'll find a method that works for your brain in terms of like finding shapes that you relate to the hand. So it's nice to find references, even if like you find references that actually break down the structure of the hand into like simple shapes, and learning that way first. Because I still rely on that a lot. Because I always do this shape, I guess, for the hand a lot of the time. So this is like typically where your index finger would be. And then around here would be where your thumb is, right? And then all of your other fingers will be here to some extent. You can just kind of fill it out. But if I really don't know how, then I will try to imagine them more like tubes in a way, so that I know where to bend them. Because you can always think of them like this, as tubes. So this is kind of like where your overlap is. But I usually default to doing this, which limits me a lot when drawing hands. But it helps a lot if I'm drawing like the back of the hand or like the inside of the palm or whatever. That's cuter. I might cut this doodle short so I can fit more stuff onto this canvas. Welcome, Comfy Peach. I had no idea you stream. Hope everyone's having a cozy Sunday. I wish I streamed more like consistently and regularly, but welcome. The videos are so nice to watch in the background while sketching or something. I'm glad. Yeah, art block, I feel like stems from a lot of different things, or like can be caused by different reasonings. Because sometimes art block is truly just that you're exhausted, you're tired. Other times it's like your eyes are looking for something bigger than what you're capable of doing. So it's like the discrepancy between your skill level and I guess like what you want your art to be or what you want your art to look like. And that is very frustrating at times, but it's kind of like exciting because it means that you're yearning kind of for improvement or something different. Other times it's like you just need to switch it up. Maybe you're finding your art to be too monotonous as well. Yeah, I don't know how much we're gonna doodle per se. And some of these like people might not even consider doodles as well. Cause I might go full blown coloring on these. Yeah, I think like sometimes putting less pressure on yourself when it comes to practicing can make, like, you know, practicing very fun. It's the same way, like, you know, people have the misconception that kids don't like learning, or like people in general don't like learning. But whenever it's for more like something serious, like a assessment or a test, then I feel like there's too much pressure on the fact that you're like, you know, you're learning not for yourself, you're learning to kind of get like a grade or to pass or whatever, which is kind of fun for art if you're not in like an academic setting or whatever, or like a contest of some sort. Then you can kind of like practice at your own pace, practice many different like learning methods, and find one that would actually stick with what you're kind of like capable of at the time, or like what works for your brain. Join the crochet gang. Crochet has been fun to learn though, I agree. How do you create different, or create the effects when you're painting? I'm not too sure, I don't have an iPad. It might depend on what you mean by effects, Gustavo, because a lot of the times I do use like a lot of blend mode layers to get certain effects. Otherwise, you can just like manually paint them. You can play around with different settings on hue, saturation slider, liquify tool, blend, like Gaussian blur, like all that stuff can give you different effects. And because digital art has like so many combinations, there's like a lot of things you can do to get the same effect technically. Some people are also just very good at what they do, and they can just figure out how to do it without the blend modes, which I always find very OP. Especially like traditional art. That's crazy. Hello Liam, welcome. Hello Rin, I don't know if it's too early to ask, but will you be joining OdaFest in May? So the thing for OdaFest, I believe applications don't open until, I think it's very early on in the new year. I think for AnimeFon, it opens up in November, December of the year before. So if I want to go to the one for 2026, then usually I apply in November, December, or whenever their applications open. So for OdaFest, I think applications might open either late January, early February. And then I usually get notified if I get in or I'm on the wait list or whatever. I think around maybe even April. March, April, May is like fair. No, not May. March is like fair game, I think. OdaFest is a local anime convention. I've tabled there several times. It's one of my favorites because it's local. I stress less about like inventory as well as like who's my helper. Luckily, not luckily, unfortunately, I've been pushing myself to drive more. So I've been trying my best to drive myself to the venue and stuff, and then my friend will meet me there and then I will drive her home. Ugh. But it's a little less stressful because it's local to me, so I don't have to worry about you know, limiting the stuff I have to bring, or if like something breaks, I have time to get stuff like the same day, or I like ask family or friends to help out. Because last time at OdaFest, my friend and I busted my very, very old suitcase that belonged to my dad, and it's like super, super old. It's probably the suitcase that he brought to when he moved to Canada all the way back then. I feel bad for breaking it, but man, it's older than me and my brother, so it was about time. Hello, Reina. Welcome. Quizlet's really good for studying. Not sure if that's what you guys were talking about. Kind of. I do agree that Quizlet's very good. I think we were talking more about like studying art in a way, or like doing practice. But I think Quizlet's still like applicable to studying in general because I was the one who brought that up in terms of like general learning. That I feel like some people don't like how it's structured for school. I always forget how his earring is. You're in Canada? What province? I'm in New Brunswick. I am from Alberta. I'm on the west coast. Or like the west side, not exactly the coast. Is everything already Christmas up in Canada? I know you guys have Thanksgiving in October. From what I've noticed, not too many people have like Christmas stuff per se. I know some people have like their Christmas lights already up and blaring. But I think people still relish the fall and autumn season because other than I guess more recently after daylight saving, it has been much, you know, more darker and dreary, and we've been getting occasionally kind of like very frost like snow, so it doesn't stick around for too long, but you can kind of see like the white on like people's roofs a little bit, on the windows of cars, all that. But then I don't know, maybe after Remembrance Day, maybe people go a little bit more ham on Christmas stuff. It might be also just the neighborhood that I'm at that hasn't had all their Christmas stuff like up yet. Because I know some people go like full-blown Christmas right after Halloween, but I've still see some people with their Halloween little, those like blow-up mascot type things you put on your lawn. Some people still have theirs up from Halloween. So I don't think people are like in too much of a rush, you know? What is the name of the little square that is on the side next to where you adjust the brush thickness for? I'm assuming you mean, how do I, this? If I don't move my canvas? This little square? I don't know if this is what you're specifically talking about. But if it is, it's just a quick menu on Procreate. So you can like add shortcuts to that. I don't use it too often other than to flip the canvas, so you don't usually see me use it like too often. I think it's very underrated, but I think Vocat is a very good option when it comes to studying anything. I don't know what Vocat is. I'm wondering if it's something more recent. Wonder what time it is there in Canada. Well, Canada has many time zones, but in Alberta currently it's 3:19 p.m. So 3 p.m. in the afternoon. When you started drawing, were you very good at drawing anime or game characters? No, absolutely not. I started back in middle school, and a lot of my characters look like this. I guess like I made the highlights huge. Kind of like this, but like much more derpy. I feel like a lot of people go through the same drawing stage when drawing anime and stuff at the very beginning. If you didn't have like the many different tutorials and like resources nowadays, there's like a very specific look to them, I feel like, that you can see for your like childhood art. I wish I had them here. But I'm pretty sure I don't have my old sketchbook with me, like, in this house currently. Because there was an artist I actually really liked from Tumblr back when I was in middle school. And they made their characters just have, like, very plain black solid eyes with, like, a large highlight. And I always thought they were very cool because I kind of liked the edgier art as a kid, in a sense. And not only that, if you watch like my old videos back in like 2020, 2019-ish, I think I have some of my old art in here. But it looks kind of different from how I actually draw now. Like even, oh boy, do I dare click? Like not only is his face wonky, I made my painting strokes and stuff a lot larger, I guess, in this case. Compared to now that I feel like I work a little bit more detailed, a little bit smaller. I don't know, I feel like there's enough of a difference in terms of rendering and stuff. But obviously, when I get lazy, it kind of reverts back to that same look, in a sense. Oh, here we are. The blends. Because right now, I'm like, I don't know, I really like this one. I think that's what this is kind of keeping my motivation up right now. Did you design the logo and profile picture for your channel? I did. Cute. I wonder what your younger self would say when they see your art now. I feel like they'd be like incredibly pleased. I think a part of me wished that I kept in touch with the friend that got me into drawing like anime and manga and stuff. Because I don't know, I think it would be still fun like talking to her and connecting again. How'd you set up this overlay for your stream? I actually have a video talking about my overlays. You can probably search it up on my channel. Because I think I show how to make my starting soon screen alongside with like my ending screen, my overlays. I think that's it that I ended up doing for those ones. I don't know what I described my old art like. I didn't draw humans too much, honestly. That's very fair. My friend was like into warrior cats. So like she drew a lot of like anime and manga styled-esque stuff, but like she had another friend who also drew a lot of like warrior cats, so she was like super into that. I was never really into that series. Hence why I didn't really have like the cat kind of animal drawing phase that some people go through. Can I just say that you're a really big inspiration for little me when I was getting serious about art? Oh, that's so sweet, thank you. I'm glad to hear that. Derpy Disney style? That's very fair. I feel like Disney style is very, what is it called? Like a popular style for people to get into as well. Or just like certain types of like animation styles. Might be very popular. I really don't want to draw his armor, but I ended up taking the references, so maybe I should look at them. to ask this before, but if you guys are you are into like some sort of art, are you more into digital or traditional? Because I remember seeing someone's post talking about what they find more difficult, but I definitely think it depends on your background. Because at least for me, I do find a lot of things in traditional difficult, but it's like the stuff that I'm like willing to learn. Low-key. But like digital, I'll try to find a way to cop out of it, low-key. Because there's so many ways to do stuff digitally that you can kind of find like a workaround to find the look that you like. But traditional, there's certain techniques that like I want to learn how to do properly. That's a good eye, Detective Pikachu. It is a bookmark. I ended up making like a mock-up kind of in the same way that I make my photo cards at home. So I have it in my sketchbook currently, but I have one that's being made with like a manufacturer. I'm kind of curious on the material, but they haven't gotten back to me quite yet, so I'm kind of patiently awaiting it. But that's kind of the reason why, yeah, it's such a long composition, which is not typical of like any of my stuff. Otherwise, like, there would be no reason for me to draw something that long. Unless it was just purely for fun and trying to torture myself, low-key. I'm surprised you could tell it was a bookmark. Found the video? Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad. More into digital. Definitely digital. Have been getting into watercolor painting digitally though. Oh! I think that's like something very fun to work with. Digital like watercolors, digital painting of like something similar to like oil paints or something like that. It's kind of neat. Kind of hard to answer, not gonna lie. That's okay. You can also just like prefer both. That's totally valid too. Or prefer none. I like both. I prefer doing larger, more finished work digitally. I do most of my sketching and challenges like OC-tober traditionally. Oh, that's very fair. I kind of understand that mindset of like more finished pieces tend to go towards digital artwork versus like something that's a little bit less polished in a sense will be done like kind of like traditionally. I think it's also because I tend to like making prints or like other things into like merchandise or things that have to be produced physically later on. I like designing and doing all that stuff digitally. Because I used to like scan my old watercolor paintings, but there's just something different about it. Like if your scan's not like clean enough, or like the color temperature is off, or maybe the texture is a little too apparent when you scan it. But I do like tactility, so I think maybe that's why I like drawing on the iPad. But I also gravitate towards a lot of like traditional mediums. This may be thinking maybe I should just paint this one. I'm spending way too long just sketching for what? Let's see. Go back to my other reference of him. Yeah, maybe we can just color this one. I'll render it to like a certain extent and then we can move on to a different one. No. Yeah, birds can clamp down pretty hard, so it kind of sucks that they treated your pen as a chew toy. What year did you start drawing? I started drawing when I was like 12. So like back in middle school. It's been several years. But like granted, I had a very stagnant a couple of years, especially during my uni days. Like I very much stuck with what I liked and didn't budge from it for a long time. And that definitely stunted my growth in like drawing and stuff, which like I said, it's not a terrible thing or anything like that. Like everyone's art journey is going to be tailored to whatever's happening in their life or whatever. But the thing is, it's like if you want to improve, then you kind of have to put the steps into it. Otherwise, like there's also nothing wrong with just being content where your art is at, especially like if you're doing it for more like hobby or for fun or just like a way to relax or like take a break. There's no need to like constantly chase immense amount of growth, if that makes sense. Like there's too much. I one thing I don't like about like things nowadays is the idea of like hustle culture, and like if you have a hobby, you have to turn that into a way that produces anything like monetarily. And I hate that mindset because there's like no way to have a hobby to just like purely enjoy. I've talked about this too much. I won't preach about it anymore. People are probably gonna be sick of me talking about this. Let's talk about process. I put my sketch to multiply. Also made a new layer so that we can color underneath my sketch. And then all we're gonna do is kind of fill this in. Now some of my lines aren't like fully connected, so I don't know what I'm gonna do for some of these strands. Do you have tips for character design? I to be honest, I don't. I'm not the type of person who was like particularly interested in character design. I definitely think like doing very quick thumbnails, thinking about like characters' personality, environment, if that's something important to you, if you're doing it for like something like storytelling, I guess in that case, then there's probably ways to incorporate that into the character, as well as like shape language is important. Color palette I think is like something I'm more interested in, because I'm not really into like the storytelling aspect of like making characters at this point, so I don't really think I can provide too much insight into that. I'm gonna make some of my recent drawings into print stickers, various merchandise. That's exciting, applesauce. I always think it's fun to physically have some of your art pieces, especially like if you work digitally. Getting your art produced in some sort of like tangible item is always very exciting. Okay, let's paint this little guy a little bit. Just thinking, where do I want my light to come from? Because maybe I want to put this side in the shadow. Even though, like, the way his hair is, I think maybe it'll be better if I dissolve that into the light. We'll see. So I'm gonna maybe try something I saw on Twitter that gives you like a more softer, airier, warm effect on your drawings that I saw. I don't know if I'll do it on this particular doodle or maybe I'll do it at the very end. I kind of want to see what it looks like. Wonky is wonderful. I think that's like, yeah, accepting things to be derpy or wonky is always totally fine. Let yourself move on from it, right? Hi Rin, do you have any tips on technical side of Procreate? I really struggle with translating from traditional art over to digital. I just find it always feels like my hands don't work the same. I think, at least for myself, to get used to drawing like on a new program, because you have like a traditional background, try to adjust like your Apple Pencil settings first to see if you can get like the same kind of like pressure as if you were working on like paper. But then finding brushes that also mimic traditional medium might have a better way for you to transition slowly, at least like getting used to, one, the interface, and just like the general aspect of just using, what is it called? Procreate. Because early on, I'm gonna go back into my OC folder way back. All the way down here. These were like my first few drawings like in Procreate, and I always gravitated towards using something like a 6B pencil or like a mechanical pencil. See, because like I couldn't find the right consistency for brushes that I like, and I was trying to find something similar to Paint Tool Sai. And then these were more like pencil-ish drawings. Because like once you get comfortable, because also, yeah, I did mostly like flats. It's like some sort of pencil-ish looking brush for a while. I also tried doing more like watercolor-esque stuff initially too. Oh, give me 1 second. I'll answer my phone call from my mom real quick. But yeah, finding brushes that like mimic traditional medium, I think is like one of the easiest ways to at least like ease your way into like a new program. Because I always love using the 6B pencil, I think it's called, on Procreate. because this is kind of similar to how I sketch like in my sketchbook if I'm using just a normal pencil. Hello Molly, welcome. I'm trying to find other examples in here. I'm sure my Genshin folder has a lot. Or like even this. I think this is also a 6B pencil, probably. So Fremini. Because otherwise, definitely try adjusting your settings. So like allowing yourself to play around with the pressure sensitivity to see what feels a little bit more comfortable as well. But also like if you have the monetary resource, grabbing the paper-like screen protector or some sort of matte screen protector, I think helps change the surface of the iPad quite a bit. So you're not like drawing on a glossy surface if that's not something you're used to as well. How do you choose colors? Also a coincidence that we both just started coloring. I don't have rhyme or reason picking colors. Like other than, oh my god, how many times am I gonna go back? Because I suck at explaining things. Going through like many iterations for like Selwyn's outfits. Oops. Like sometimes it's just like trial and error. But I do end up a lot of the time do some similar like color mixing for digital artwork, but it's kind of similar to like glazing in a sense for like watercolors, but it kind of helps give it a little bit more of a painterly look. So I'll try to explain it a little bit here, hopefully. So let's say if we had more of like a blue color in the background for this piece, like this, then I will try to incorporate this color a little bit in like little areas of the entire piece. So this blue, I could overlay it onto the skin tone that I already have, pick up the new color after doing like a very light layer, and then using that as like my current shading color. And then as we kind of like get into more saturation, or you want to make it a little bit darker, you can kind of like keep laying more and more of this color in. But because I have this purple already mixed from the skin tone and the blue, I kind of have like that bridge color, so it doesn't look too out of place. And it's the same thing like if I were to add, let's say Dan Heng's hair is kind of closer to like a dark black color, then I'll try to incorporate a little bit of this blue color into his hair. So part of it is going to be like influence of like other colors surrounding. Other times I just pick what I think looks nice, which is not good color theory, but that's okay. But I rely a lot on like pressure sensitivity when digitally painting, especially. Actually, I don't mind this color. I'm just gonna get rid of this blue. Because like even when I'm doing generic sketching, I kind of have this like warmish off gray color in the background, and oftentimes a lot of my pieces turn out a little bit more on the warmer side as well. Otherwise, like sometimes I look up references of color palettes that I really like, because I think this one at least, the colors became a lot cooler in the end. So I went very kind of like yellow green, but I'm very biased towards like blue greens. So even afterwards, kind of having it a little bit on the cooler side, then I made it lighter. But then towards the very end, I think I put down another layer of overlay that makes everything look a little bit more cooler ever so slightly. So sometimes like even just color adjustments helps your overall coloring look a little bit more cohesive. I don't know if that makes sense. I kind of do the same thing though. Like, I just pick colors that I think look good. And like, a lot of it for me is like trial and error. So like, you know, maybe I want things to look a little bit more warmer, so I'll add something more towards like red or pink. But really, it just kind of depends like on the environment, the type of character, the type of look that you want. Because I definitely struggle making things look very airy and light. Because I add a lot of saturation towards my colors, and luckily, according to other people, it's not too like blinding, so I'm kind of glad that's the case. You can always adjust the colors like as you go. Because like right now I'm painting like Dan Heng's skin without having the other areas that are surrounding it. And I might have to adjust it later anyways, so you don't have to like fully commit to the colors either. But it might depend on your process, like how far in the process that you want to adjust your colors or change your colors. Oh, I need my reference again. So I don't want to screw up his eye color. Hello Ava, welcome. How are you? I'm doing well. I hope you're also doing well. Whoops. But I also think like understanding cool and warm colors is also very important. I need to turn my vibration off on my phone. Can you guys hear my phone vibrating? Hope you can't. Sometimes I think like my family has like impeccable timing with one another to my detriment. Also, this might look crazy until I add his hair color, by the way. Your colors are so saturated and you make it look so good. I'm always cautious, I think. What brush are you using now? This one's called Paint, but it's basically, I'm pretty sure, based off of the... Where is it? I think it's like flat painting stream, if not flat painting stream, like this one. This brush. I think. But I just turned off the texture and I made the, what is it called? The shape as like a soft medium round. Because it looks like this. Because like I said, I rely a lot on like pen pressure sensitivity. As long as you can't hear it, it's okay. Yeah, I made the artist or like an intro page, a welcome page. It could also be like, oh, if you guys want to do me a favor, there's a art mutual that I have, and I met her because, or I met them, I think because they were just in the Carrot fandom as well. They drew a lot of 17, but I always love seeing their art. But I think for their first page of their sketchbook, they did a kind of like, almost like a sketch page of all their favorite things together, which I think is kind of like a fun idea. And they do it at the very end of their sketchbook instead. But having like a whole conglomeration of like all your favorite things is like a very fun idea. I'm gonna look up their channel name really quick because I don't remember if it's the same, what is it called? Username as their Instagram. So I'm gonna look. Because if you guys can show them some support, that'd be great. Because especially if you like sketchbook stuff, traditional stuff. Yes, okay. So this is one of my art mutuals. One of my art friends. They have a really cool sketchbook tour recently, and I always adore their stuff. Are you streaming on your iPad? I am... what is it called? I guess like casting my iPad to my computer and then streaming from my computer. But check them out. They're really cool, I promise. They also like Day 6, they like BTS, they like 17. I met them because they were Carrot, so... yeah, I've been mutuals with them for like a super long time, so I always adore their art. They're like a super chill, sweet person, so yeah, check them out. Thank you very much for coming to the stream. Ooh, I don't know how to say your name. Johanothan? I feel like I'm missing letters, but thank you for coming to the stream. Yeah, they do clay too. They do a bunch of different mediums. They do digital and they do traditional as well. But they have like an awesome style that I always adore because it's very expressive and I feel like they capture features in a very unique way, but it's like recognizable to the character, you know? Maybe I'll open up the reference. Whoops, not reference. So you guys can kind of see as I color. There you go. Don't say I sent you to them. If you genuinely like their art, then feel free to follow them. Why? I can't. There's never gonna be a stream where I don't get a phone call. Ah. This is why, like, I always record and do stuff at night when everyone's sleeping. But I think it's also me, like a me problem. I can also just like not pick up their calls. I don't know. If I could sneak this color into every drawing, I would. I love this color so much. Anything like turquoise teal. Absolutely adore. Also rare occurrence that I paint the hair without painting the eyes. Yeah, show them some support. They're like one of the artist mutuals that I appreciate a lot. Just wondering, does your OCs have canon birthdays? Masaki is the day when I posted him to Instagram, so it's in May. I don't remember the date. It might be like the 15th or something. I will have to double check. Koji is in December. Oh, I will also have to double check. The rest are kind of like up in the air. Like I haven't given them birthdays quite yet. I kind of want Selwyn to be like a winter month, so I kind of want to put him in December, January, February-ish. I don't know. I might give them actually like canon birthdays eventually. So I'm gonna have to change the highlight. Oops. I don't know where I want to put this. They're your brain cells right now, the little OCs. Well, Leona. Drew your character and I did a video on it. Oh, thank you. Be sure to tag me so I can view it. I know sometimes like Some people post things and I don't see it because my notifications sometimes get flooded. But thank you for drawing them. I'm kind of curious on which OCs you ended up drawing. You do the same, but with purple and lavender. The funny thing is, it's like, a person clocked me as a person who really likes the color purple, and like, generally I do, and like a lot of things I own are purple. But teal, turquoise, blue-ish kind of colors have always been my favorite. But I use purple a lot in my art. I think because it's a great color to use for like bridging a lot of the time. So I definitely use it like a heck of a lot. Like in skin tones I use it. I occasionally put it like in place of shadows for like white clothing. I use it for like shading for yellow things, like objects. There's like a lot of things that I use purple for that I feel like it's so versatile. Do you separate layers by value or shape? Ooh. I'm coloring on one layer. So I don't know if I can... None? I think for me, when I do end up coloring using separate layers, I will separate based on objects and or color, typically, rather than shape. So like, if I were to color the hair, I would do the entire base of the hair as one layer. Or like if I'm doing the irises, then I would do those as like one layer, but like both eyes together. I would do all the skin together. Bluey, please be careful. Make sure I'm only heard, not seen. I drew Kaisen, I tagged you, but it was on stories. Sometimes stories like get automatically put into requests, but then there's like another subset of requests. So sometimes I just don't see them, unfortunately. Yeah, do you guys have favorite like color combinations? Do you like to use? Greens, orange, and brown's very a very nice set of colors together though. It does give me very much like, it could be very spring depending on like the color distribution, or very like autumn, fall-esque. same thing, color distribution. Whatever is like the more prominent color. Kind of changes the vibe of it. Didn't really add that much to his skin tone. A little bit more warmth. I'll probably see he'll look a little bit better once we render him out just a smidge. I might just do his face. I was supposed to be just doodling today, but I guess I had enough enough motivation to do color. I think that's like very common though. Noe? I don't know how to say your name, I apologize. But yeah, if you take a break long enough, sometimes things don't come like as naturally to you anymore. So you kind of have to relearn a little bit, regain that muscle memory. Hi Mar, welcome. Welcome. 2 brain cells are blue and hot pink, very nice. You use a lot of blue, that's very fair. Blue is also just like, it's fun to use, I feel like. Purples too even, though it's not really my top fave in terms of colors, but it's so good to use for, yeah, I feel like my favorite colors are not particularly the colors I would use a lot of my art, but I try to sneak it in if I can because it is one of my favorites. Like Dan Heng is just perfect because he kind of naturally has this color, which I always love. Oh, you just like yellow. I feel like, yeah, yellow, the difference between using like too bright of a yellow, too dark of a yellow where it's like mustardy, or like too warm or too cool, it's definitely hard to balance out, so I definitely agree with that. Hello Molly. Even like painting gold, making things look too like orangey versus like too brassy or like too green bronzish color, it's also hard to do sometimes. figured it was supposed to be more white. Let me see. It takes up like half of his body. Oops, I didn't realize I almost color matched my background. Silver. What artist inspires you the most? Okay, so one is Naguri, Wupuri Furi. They've been my favorite artist for such a long time, to the point where I think it was back in like 2014, 2015-ish era when she used to do tabling. I got her to sign one of the Miku prints and I still have it up in my room because I love that one a lot. I'm tempted to take it down now and like preserve it in like my portfolio binder thing so that it doesn't get ruined. Another one is Tricky Wagon. So that's more of like, they do like a lot of sketch logs, they do traditional and digital, but I love their sketching work, their figure work. I don't remember the name of another artist I really like. Ocean and Space is another one, and I'm kind of glad to see that they were part of Spilled Ink's podcast video series? I don't know what you call it. Because I grew up loving their art for so many years, especially like during my middle school to high school years. Ocean was like one of the artists that I looked up to like quite a bit. I'm trying to think who else. There's a lot, but I don't remember from like the top of my head their usernames. Is this a version of Dan Heng new? I don't know. I only recently started getting to Honkai Star Rail. This is a new Dan Heng version, yes. This is his, technically the third iteration, I guess, of Dan Heng. I feel bad for not really drawing that much of the Imbibitor Lunae version. Because I also have, if I still have it on here, pretty sure I do. I think it's this one, right? I drew this on the plane when I was going to Hong Kong. Like, I forget what month it was. But I ended up not finishing it because I didn't really like it. And probably because like I got too overly saturated and too dark. I don't know. But I like drawing Dan Heng a lot. He's still my favorite. You look green and blue. Oh, an ashy yellow is kind of interesting. Yellow, I just feel like kind of like similar to pink. You can grow too far too quickly, but if you can find a method to use it super well, I think that's always very effective. Stretching. Wow. He's so cool. Dan Heng is just, I love his character so much. Hello, Hoa? Ho? I don't know how to pronounce that O in your name. Heiji, hello as well. Why am I putting so much effort? Technically, I could just render his face and leave all this, like, blank. Because I don't know what anything is after this point. Maybe I'll leave it. We'll do a little bit of rendering and then I can see if I can fill out the rest of the space because it would be nice if I could do this more as like a full sketch page instead. I find blonde hair very difficult to color. Same with, like I mentioned, pink. Because you have a lot of options on where to lean it towards in terms of like using shadow colors, and then sometimes depending on how light the hair color is, your highlight color feels a little bit limited. Even though like I know plenty of people who can do it effectively, I personally just struggle with it. You're attempting to draw Dan Heng as well. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna... Let me see. I just don't want these to look too flat, even though I know I'm gonna leave them fairly blank. Okay, let's render a little bit. Just gonna lighten this. I'm mostly gonna focus on his face, like I mentioned, because I don't feel compelled to render and color the rest. Oy. It's gonna merge and try to render his face first. The sunrise is here. Wait, how early is it for you, Bluey? Oh, you may. Welcome. Baby Zata. I'm glad you're drawing along with me, though. I think for the most part, like coloring can go quickly and sketching can go quickly for me. It's just rendering takes like the biggest chunk of my time when it comes to trying to finish a piece. So you pull up the reference for his eyes again. Making sure that I don't screw up his eye color. Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. But the rendering here might be a little bit more sloppy. So I don't know how much time I want to dedicate to this one in particular. Ah, you're on your way to uni. Good luck with your classes. Okay. Next eye. I always find it funny what it looks like between the the rendered and non-rendered eye, because I always pick one eye to work on first. He's looking a little cross-eyed. How long do you usually take on a drawing? I think it depends. Like if I'm doing full, what is it called? Like a full illustration, it can take me up to like minimum 5 hours to which godly unknown hour. It really does depend. Like sometimes I can lock in and get it done, let's say like 5 to 7 hours for like a full illustration. And then sometimes if it's like super simple, I can do it in 3 maybe. I don't remember if I still have that drawing. Sometimes I get so stuck in the weeds of like rendering that what brings up the time the most, I guess. I feel like I made him look too baby. It's okay. I might thin out his eyes a little bit. Hello, Mimi. Did you get faster with time? I take a lot of time to draw anything. I think certain things got faster. Like, I think in general, I might lay down colors more quickly or sketch faster. But because my process, I probably could find ways to speed it up. But rendering has taken me a lot longer than before. Also, might be because like I draw a little bit more detailed compared to back then. Like back then, I could draw probably within like hour and a half to maybe 3-ish hours for like what I would consider at the time like a full piece. And that made like recording ASMR or real-time videos a lot easier on myself. But now like it takes almost what it feels like a minimum of 5 hours. I always have to split up my drawing sessions like throughout the day and or like over the course of a few days. I might shuffle this over. Because he's not really looking anywhere at this point. So let's do this. And fill this all back in. I might compress his eyes a bit. Are you gonna post Selwyn's rough sheet today? Maybe. We might. I love how you render eyes, Rin. It's so pretty to look at. Thank you. I always change how I render the eyes depending on the character. But there's always like the standard that I always do. I'm gonna see if I can flatten the eyes just a smidge. That's a bit better. I don't know how much I'll render for this one, but at least the face is somewhat a little cleaner than what we started with. Hi there, made it. I'm flip-flopping between doing uni work and finishing some art pieces that I've been procrastinating. As long as you have enough of your uni work done, then feel free to, you know, work on your art. Because sometimes procrastination. But feel free to draw along. I know a lot of other people are working on stuff as well, and that's always nice to hear. For real, someone's too cute. Thank you! He's been literally my favorite to draw more recently. And I feel like if that's the case, his purpose is well served, because he's supposed to be like my #1 comfort character, or like character that I can draw more easily. Granted, like Masaki was like that for me for a long time. But he just had like a few things missing, so Selwyn kind of like checks majority of those boxes off for me. So I'm very pleased that I ended up making him, because he's definitely making me sketch in my sketchbook like a heck of a lot. I'm planning to make him soon. I'm probably gonna order fabric very soon to make the Selwyn plushie soon, because I definitely want to make like a 10cm doll similar to how I have Masaki and Kaisen on my desk. But I might make like the 10cm doll and maybe even smaller one, like a derpier one, and maybe like have him actually one that I won't care about if I accidentally lose him. I'm kind of hoping that's the case. I need to work on OC work, like chibi stuff, but not gonna lie, I think I'm having art block for them, and I just want to make a new OC too as well. Feel free to. I feel like if you have the motivation to make a new character, do it. Like, especially like while your motivation for making that character is like high right now, just do it. I don't know if I'm just drawing Dan Heng today. I didn't really think about it. I don't know if the rest of this page is just gonna be filled with Dan Heng. I definitely have brain rot for this guy for real. Selwyn plushie. Definitely want to make it very soon. I want to make, like, how am I gonna do this? I might order the fabric, and while he's in like the fabric's in transit, I probably will start like trying to figure out how I want to embroider the face and like figure out his expression, because I've talked about this, that there is the cutest Tatsumi from like Ensemble Stars doll that kind of looks like this. I don't know if his eyes are more straight actually. But it's like this, and it's so cute. I don't know if his mouth is supposed to be more tiny. Might be like this. He's like such a little baby and so adorable. I can't. But I want to try embroidering Selwyn's eye color. So that's why I kind of want to have his eyes open, even though like a happy little Selwyn would have been so cute. But maybe I'll make like the tiny version, like the happy one, and then my normal 10cm one. I can try to embroider the colors. Because I bought like little glasses for him too. They're a little bit too big for like 10cm dolls, but they're so cute. Oh, is that the version of Tatsumi? Oh my god, wait. Oh, it's fairly close actually. Maybe that's what it's based off of. They have like such a cute version. I have like a bunch of like plush references that I've kept. Because I don't know if I want to go with the same eye style that I gave Masaki and Kaisen. Because I could. But like looking at them, their eye color is a little bit more limited. But maybe it'll work better from like my skill level of sewing and embroidering. So I'm not super confident on that. Yeah, I've seen that plushie like all over Pinterest when I was looking up like references. And it's like the cutest Tatsumi plush. I don't really remember if this has the... I keep exiting out of my reference. I need to stop. So I at least can get some of these details correct. Hello Soapy, welcome. And he has a knife? Does he have a knife? There's like ones that he's like in cute little onesies and stuff. I love Tatsumi. But that plush makes my heart ache from how cute it is. Hello Kira, welcome. Or Kira? Kira. And hello, hello. I am an old fan of Utapri. Like, the thing is, I never got into them as much as I did for Ensemble Stars for some reason. But that was part of like my high school days. Like, I'm forgetting his name. Because my friend, yes, Otoya was my friend's favorite. I'm blanking on the other guy's name. The one that has dark hair. Where is he? Tokia. I've had the Utano Prince-sama game. I think there was a game. And I had Toya as like the character on my home screen or whatever for like a while. I just didn't get into it as much. I did watch like what of the anime and like the songs and stuff at the time. There's just something about Ensemble Stars that like gripped me. I always like to have your videos in the background when I work on my own Jedi OC. And let me see, they've come out really well. Oh, I'm glad! Thank you for putting me in the background. I appreciate it for the support. I'm glad you made good progress with working on your OCs. I also used to be like an Idolmaster fan as well. I've long forgotten the names of like the girls that I like the most from that one, but I did like Idolmaster for like a long time. gonna lie, sometimes knowing color theory really pays off. I feel like color theory is so hard to learn, but it's like one of the most important. Is that bunny ears? They're everywhere and so cute. I think the one that taught me had bunny ears. Starlight Idol? Oh, I don't think I know that one. I know that if oh, what's their name? Alicia. So like Fairy of Friendship, I think is their username. Who often frequents like streams and stuff. They know a lot of like the idol type of games. And I know like my friend likes Hypnosis Mike, I think it's called. I just haven't had time to get into like more idol-y kind of like games or all that stuff, because like I couldn't keep up with playing now I'm blanking on it. Project Zekai. Even though like I am a huge fan of Vocaloid. And I do like the characters from what I could gather from my very subpar playing of that game. Because I only played it for like a little while and I kind of like play it on and off. Because like I wouldn't say I have a favorite character yet. Because I mostly played it because like I'm a big fan of just Vocaloid in general. Vocaloid was like my entire middle school, high school. I get that the movies and the live shows have a strong grip on me. They just released a new movie for one of the groups this year. Oh, very nice. Do I just call this one quits? Draw something else. I don't really have in mind on what else I want to draw, to be honest. So I might continue. Maybe I'll draw Hito from Ensemble Stars. Maybe that's what I'll do. It's been a while since I've done any what is it called? Ensemble Stars fan art. So let me look up Hito. I could draw Tatsumi maybe. Maybe I'll just draw Hito. Even though like Tatsumi color-wise would fit into this better. I don't know. Tatsumi. On stars. I just don't know what outfit I would draw him in. I'm so biased towards Hito and Tsukasa. I don't know. Maybe I should just stick with Dan Heng and just make it a Dan Heng. A Dan Heng kind of sheet. I'll stick with the green. Maybe I will. I don't know. I don't know who I want to draw. Make sure to hydrate, guys, and stretch if you need to. Have you played the latest Honkai Star Rail? No. I'm like 2 patches? 3 patches? I don't even know how many patches behind I'm on in the game. I haven't had time to like fully get into it quite yet. I think it's because I care about the story that much that I want to be able to pay attention while I play. Because in my spare time, more recently, if I'm playing games, I've been playing Pokemon ZA. Because I just want to catch cute critters. I love Pokemon so much. I will get back into playing Star Rail super soon though, because I plan to have more time in general, just like this month and probably December-ish. Oh, Castris and Aglea. I do like both of them. Castris is like such a pretty character in general, but I'm biased towards like all the Amphorius characters. Did you enjoy it? Yeah, I enjoyed it. I was worried that I wasn't going to enjoy that game because I didn't play Legends Arceus because I was just not really into gaming at the time anymore. So it's like one of the only Pokemon games I didn't really play, other than like the remake for Diamond and Pearl. I also didn't play. But I'm like a big Pokemon fan. But this one, like, I found very fun. And I'm glad that the DLC would kind of like expanded a bit more. Because there's like some Pokemon that I want to catch that are part of like, I think considered like the roguelike-esque part of the game if you do the DLC. Which will be coming out next month. I don't know, do I continue drawing Dan Heng? Do I make this a weird mishmash and draw Hiro? Amagi, Hiro. Hiro's so cute though. Maybe I will draw him. I don't draw a lot of characters with red hair, I feel like, so maybe I will draw him. This is which outfit? Let's see if I can look up an outfit for him. It's up to you, Ren. Go for it. I'm so picky. Is he the main character? He's not. He's not. I just like Hiro so much. He's so cute. I'll draw this outfit. I forget what outfit this is. I can kind of see it. Hiro is this character. I've drawn him before. And I've drawn Tsukasa, and I feel bad that I've never finished the the one drawing of him that I have of Tsukasa. Where are they? Oh, they're in here. This is Hiro. He's literally one of my favorites to draw. These ones are super old drawings. I want to redo the White Lily outfit because I love this outfit for him. But yeah, and this one's Tsukasa, and I never finished it. I for some reason I've gravitated towards the red-haired boys in that game. Tsukasa as well. Oh, but he's in my Star Rail folder. Maybe I should draw someone from Star Rail instead. So I don't have to move this canvas. Dang. Wait a second. Me and my stupid brain. Maybe I'll just draw regular Dan Heng instead. Maybe let's draw Dan Heng, the normal one. Whoops. I've been playing Zenless Zone Zero nonstop and getting back into Honkai Star Rail, and I will say that inspired me to draw again, mostly because of color palettes. I think that's very fair. Color palettes, like, I think it's like also a very easy way to like get into liking like a specific character. Just how do I want to draw him? Maybe we can do like moodier lighting for this one, so I can keep the sketch fairly simple. Instinctively making the colors more saturated because you're here. That's very fair. So I don't know what lighting I want, so who knows where this highlight's gonna be. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna draw normal Dan Heng for this one. And if I have time, I'll put like a really derpy version of the Imbibitor Lunae version. And then that way I can have all three on the same canvas. See how this goes. I'm really not liking his face. Recently, I've been doing a really fun challenge that I set up for myself to get better at grasp of color, which is doing a doodle like page in one color, and has been a really nice challenge. Oh, are you doing one per day, or is it just like, because I know some people are participating, maybe not as many people, but like Hughember. So that's always like a nice challenge to do as well. But I really like that you made your own coloring challenge to kind of like push you to get used to like certain colors, or like understanding colors a bit more. So I'm just gonna do moody lighting. I'm just gonna draw him cute, I think. already. I'm probably not late to a stream. Welcome. Maybe we can still do a moody lighting. Just don't know if it fits his demeanor here. It's been like a long time since I've drawn this version of Dan Heng, so hopefully it won't look too off. I've definitely drawn like the PT version, the Peter version, a lot more. Yeah, I want him to be pouting a little bit. In a way, yeah. I also put a rule for myself during this to not worry about rendering, making it look polished, because the main purpose is to figure out how to contrast the different hues of one color. I think that's a good idea. I think it's always nice that you put certain restrictions on yourself for a challenge, but allowing yourself to have like a little bit of leeway in other areas. So that's very good, because like otherwise you might feel too burnt out by juggling too many things at once. So that's definitely a very good way to approach it. And hopefully it prevents you from feeling too burnt out from like the challenge as well. Let me find a better reference for him. Not just the one for the model. I think another reason why I like drawing this one in particular, for some reason I can just interpret his hair in a way. The normal one for Dan Heng, I make him like either too round or his hair sticks out too much. So I feel like it never like truly looks like him, you know? Whoops. But I'll try my best to make him look at least like somewhat recognizable. Hello, KK. So last week I accidentally deleted all of my whips I had in one folder in Procreate when I was trying to only delete one whip. Oh geez, new fear unlocked. I feel like it's highly unlikely, but I hope you had some sort of backups. How are you doing, Ren? I'm doing well. I hope you're also doing well. Sometimes like when I'm deleting a sketch or something off my Procreate gallery, I do get a little bit paranoid about it because I might accidentally like select too many things or something like that prior. But now that I know that it can happen, I need to be more wary because I don't really back up my stuff even though I should. if this is the exact same earring or not. I'm gonna draw it the same. You have Procreate and Clipsea Paint. I only have 10 gigabytes left on my iPad. If you're not too precious about like keeping your time lapses, you can definitely offload a lot of space so that you can make Procreate take less of the space on your iPad by deleting the time lapses. It actually hasn't helped prove my coloring because I know what hues look cohesive with other colors and and hues, so I definitely recommend doing it if it feels like the colors look flat and dull. I think that's definitely like a good practice for sure. Even if you just do color comps for like illustrations that you want to work on, or like maybe you're stuck on colors, definitely do like a quick color comp to see what colors look nice together is also very good to do for like larger illustrations or ones that you want to like do a little bit more planning for. Oh, yikes. I don't really remember if there was a way that you can restore those files back, but that's unfortunate. I do understand like the feeling of losing files though, because like for a while I had like an all-in-one PC kind of situation, but I used my computer so much at the time. So I think this is like during my high school to early uni, but I used my computer so much and it didn't have like its own separate tower or anything. So I basically busted it for using it too much, and I lost all my drawings that I had on Paint Tool SI that I haven't like fully offloaded to my laptop. I'm glad like the ones that you're I guess like trying to salvage are just like whips and stuff rather than the full artworks, and because like I feel like those ones would be hard to redo, but like having whips, at least you have something you can go off of at least. Yeah, if you have like any finished works or like whips and stuff that you feel like you're never gonna go back to, I would recommend offloading them somewhere and then deleting them off of Procreate at some point, as long as you know where you were keeping your files. Because I low-key want to get another hard drive. Actually, I think my current one has room still, and like offload a lot of my files onto that. I urge you guys to make backups of your files. Also a reminder for myself to do it as well. My younger cousin wanted to draw on my iPad. He knows how it works too, but I don't want him to stab the iPad until he learns to control his hands better. It seems that he has an interest. I agree. Especially because like iPads are not inexpensive. As long as like they're able to respect your device, I would let them use it. Otherwise, yeah, if they're too young to understand, it might be better not to let them like, you know, have at it at your iPad with the Apple Pencil. Because it can also just like damage the Apple Pencil too, which is not great. I wonder if I want to put his hand in here. Also because it gets so dark here so quickly now because of daylight saving, and now it's like the colder months. I always forget it's only 5 p.m. for me right now and it's not like 8. Granted, like I haven't eaten dinner yet, so I should remember that it's not past like 7 p.m. His hand a little bit too small. You trust Ibis Paint with your life? That's fair. I guess like Ibis Paint has a way for you to upload your stuff, right? Discord I would be careful as well because it's just online. That's why like sometimes I'm wary about the cloud as well, like Google Cloud Storage or whatever, Google Drive. But then again, like also like physical hard drives, you can't fully protect either, so who knows? Hello, Clowry. Welcome, welcome. A full reference of this dude. I don't know. Let me see. Dan Heng reference. There we go. Because I don't remember what his outfit really looks like. I'm just realizing his palm is exposed on his hand. Can't tell if this reference is correct or if it's the lighting. It's probably a different one I can look at. Oh, I see. I've always drawn this incorrectly then. I think I always drew it as like a glove, not something that wraps around his hand and his fingers. Will you make someone into a little spinning chibi? I probably will. I've had the idea of putting someone into like a little star version, so it probably will be Selwyn. If not, like I'll put him like in a little sparkle type thing, because it's either this or this. I just don't know how to fit him in here without being like once his hands are here. Maybe he'd be just looking up. His big old glasses. I'll figure a way, because if not, maybe I'll like shorten this and his head can go here. I'll figure it out. Upside down star? Maybe. Or like I'll try to angle it maybe. Or I'll make it a cluster of like different little ones together, and then I can find like a space for his head. I don't know. Heck, he might not even be in a costume. Maybe he can just hold it, be normal. But I think it would be sillier to put him like in something the same way as the rest of my OCs. Granted, technically Moriko, well, I think everyone except for Masaki is in like a themed one rather than something that matches them. So I might redo a bunch of them too, who knows. Because I want to put Koji in like a baseball. So maybe I'll find something more appropriate for Selwyn. Blueberry, thank you so much and welcome. Definitely made his hand too small, and or his wrist. The thing I'll never remember how to draw is whatever this thing is, like this armor piece or whatever is on, I think, all of the different Dan Heng designs. It's okay. Okay, let's color him. We'll see we have enough room for one last Dan Heng at the very end. Steal the skin tone. Let's fill this in really quickly. Also might put this Dan Heng behind the other one that we did earlier, so we don't weirdly cut off his hair. And I might do this so that maybe we can fit something down here afterwards. I said I was gonna do moody lighting. I don't know if I will. I'm already struggling trying to make this look like Dan Heng. I don't know if I wanna screw myself over. It's time for me to go off now. I hope you had a wonderful weekend and make sure to take care of yourself. Bye bye. Thank you, Rin, for streaming. Thank you for coming to the stream and chatting along, Sakurai. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend as well. Thanks to you and the stream, I'm now sitting here drawing Dan Heng and Calyx. Nice. I'm glad you're also drawing along. Make him a little bit more blushy. Shemer, welcome. I'm doing good. Hopefully you're doing well. And welcome to the stream. Grab our light color. I need to stretch my legs. Ah. You going good? Or doing good? I mean. I feel like his eyes are more turquoise-ish than the PT version. I don't really remember what the Imbibitor Lunai version looks like anymore. Oops. I'm gonna steal the same hair color here, but I might make it a little bit more green. Or like cooler. didn't really plan like a lighting situation. No, please stretch. Everyone right now, if you're drawing or like looking at your screen or whatever, stretch. Uncurl that shrimp. Shrimp back. Please. May, welcome. Hello. Yeah, make sure to stretch, guys. Guess we'll do simple lighting, just like a standard one here. Also remember to hydrate. Get sustenance if you need it as well. And or sleep if it's really late for you. Yeah, I will definitely put a white outline. I do like making them stand out a little bit from one another and from the background. I kind of wish I didn't make his eyes so big. Oh well. Dark enough color for his eyebrows. I also noticed more recently anyways, is that whenever I'm drawing on my iPad, my posture isn't like too bad. But whenever I work on like, on the larger tablet, like my XP Pen one, my posture is like absolutely atrocious. To the point where like, it literally hurts after like I unstretch my back. Or not unstretch, uncurl my back. I've been saying this for a while. I feel like I do have to get back into at least doing yoga stretches or something in the morning again. Because sometimes like after I do filming at night, I just go straight to bed. And like that back pain is coming with you to the next morning. Unfortunately. What is posture? I was sitting with my legs in front of me, so shrimping was inevitable. Now I'm just crossing my legs and my back is better. Couldn't be me. Even when I cross my legs, because that's like my default sitting position, is cross leg, which I feel like I need to stop doing that because that's causing me to shrimp up more. Let's give him some brighter highlights. I should have made it yellow, just like the other one. Only because I can't see it from our background color. Now I'm making it worse. I think this is kind of like similar problem I had with Selwyn. I made his like highlight color a little bit too bright, so you couldn't really see it among like the background color that I used for the reference sheet. And it made his hair shape look very weird until I started to outline where the edges of his hair was. Did you ever study color theory? You just kind of wing it. I did the very basics that they teach you in like painting courses. So we do like the color wheel, and you do basically complementary color mixing. So basically the inside of your wheel should have the two opposite colors mixed together, and your, I guess like the result should be almost all the same browns in the center. So that's pretty much all I did. Otherwise, I do just wing it and do whatever I think just looks correct or visually appealing to myself, which is not like, you know, might not be suited for everybody else's color palette choices or whatever. There's an artist, I think it's Hello Today Coffee on Instagram. I think they're on Twitter as well, Blue Sky. They have like a very simple kind of art style, but their color palettes and usage is like so well done. It's basically the artist that I have the sketchbook that I'm currently working in. That's the artist I'm talking about. I ended up buying more sketchbooks from them because they had their store open. And I can't stop looking at their stuff. Their stuff is so pretty. They threw like a bunch of extra freebies in my order of like prints. And wow. I love their color choices and selections. Always so pretty. You're drawing with your legs over your desk? How is that comfortable? But yeah, like, you know, like, what is it called? When you're sitting like in school in the gym and they're like, oh, everyone come sit like in a circle or whatever, and you cross your legs just like sitting on the floor. That's how I sit in my chair. I even had to like buy a chair that has the arms go up on it, so that my legs don't hit the two bars that connect to the chair, because I've had like a very old office chair for like a long time, and I had like indents and like very light bruising on my legs because I would sit cross-legged in a chair that was not possible to sit really cross-legged. So I basically put indents into my legs by accident because of all the pressure. But luckily, like the chair that I have right now, it's like a really cheap-ish one from, or not cheap, but it's like cheaper than what my other office chair was from Amazon. Because me and my brother got one, I don't know if it was for a deal or whatever, but I took it anyways because he was paying for it. And it has no arms there, or like no bar for the arms, and they flip upwards, which is nice because then my elbow doesn't rest at a weird angle or like a weird position for a long period of time either. I forget if this is supposed to be just black. I didn't really fill it in either. I think that might be the reason why, Harriet. Like, sitting cross-legged also just keeps my legs warm for the most part. And it's just like more comfortable if you're sitting like on a flat surface, so I understand what you mean. Because that's how I sit. Like, even right now when I was adjusting my posture, I automatically put my legs back up. But I feel like I slouch less when I cross my legs drawing on the iPad, because I feel like my back is more vertical. But when I'm drawing on my tablet, like my XP pen, I just curve more in my back and like scrunch my shoulders in more, so it feels like there's more pain. Yeah, wrist injuries are very dangerous as well, so like make sure to always take breaks if you feel any sort of like discomfort in your wrists, or actually like anywhere in your body technically, but your wrists for sure if you're like someone who uses your hands and your arms, wrists, whatever frequently. Take a break, because that's your body telling you basically that something might go wrong. That you might be overexerting yourself. Oops. What else I'm missing? Besides like the little bit of gold, silverish color. And like the little plate thing that he has on his hand. That's the zipper. Can I ask if you'll be continuing the character sketch or suggestion series? Those last few times you did it were so interesting, but it turned out that they were almost a year ago. I will be. I think the last one I did was, what is it called? Alien Stage? I think. I know people wanted me to do Bungo Stray Dogs. I might ask for suggestions again in another community post so I can get a refresh, because I do want to get back into them. Because I like doing those for like sketch pages, and I'm definitely more in like a sketching mood. And I think it'll be fun to do it for like closer to December-ish. Because I might even do like a... I'm gonna have to figure a way how people can leave their OC references and stuff into like some sort of file folder of some sort, so that I can do almost like a random... not a secret Santa per se, but I want to draw people's OCs for them sometime in December. So we'll see. Because I don't know if I want to do that for a video or if I want to do that just in my spare time. Wow, it's a fruit fly. What? You don't get shoulder pain when you sleep, and you sleep on your side too? Although my arms do fall asleep sometimes, so I don't know if it's for better or for worse. Do you sleep like with your arm directly under yourself, or like directly under your head? Anything like that? Because I always sleep on my side as well, and I always put my hand under my pillow. Otherwise, like, for some reason I just can't sleep normally. Are you planning on upgrading your device anytime soon? Genuine question. No. The only reason I would ever upgrade is one, I hit the maximum space again, and there's no way for me to like offload stuff in a efficient manner where I don't have to like nuke all of my drawings, or this one breaks. Because the thing is like I know some people like getting the newer device or other devices because of size, capacity, maybe the processing speed, all that stuff is, you know, higher because of the whatever M2 chip or whatever, I don't know, technology. For me, this size is perfect for myself. I know there's an iPad Air that's pretty much the same size as this and probably performs a lot better, but this is enough for my needs. Like, I don't really have it crashing or anything like that. There's nothing broken on it physically. It's not slow at the moment. So I don't really see the need to upgrade if I don't need to. Like, I don't want to spend money on an upgrade for something just shiny and new, especially if my iPad is not broken. Because the only other option is the fact that I did hit my limit on my other one, which was 32 gigabytes, and I've used that for like 2 years, I think, 2.5 years or so. I don't really remember how long. But the reason why I offloaded it was actually because I knew, or not offloaded it, I ended up getting this current one that I have, is because my dad was looking for an iPad for very basic usage. So like videos, recording stuff that was like for kind of like note-taking-ish and just for like leisure. So he didn't need to get like a new one for those reasons. So I told him that I will give him my old iPad and then I would upgrade to whatever was like the new generation, which happens to be version 9. I think is the one that I currently have. Because I also don't want to have like devices laying around. Unless I decide to, like, you know, sell it or recycle it or whatever the trade-in thing is for some of these devices are. Because honestly, like, if my device works, why replace it? Unless it's showing signs of like decay or something, then I will like replace it to something that would be more suitable to what I would need. You realize how heavy a body part is? Very fair. Yeah, I sleep on your arm as an extra body pillow mostly. That makes sense. How do you do... Oh, let me... Yeah, I can show you how to make lettering. Assuming that... I'm thinking if I am gonna squeeze in another doodle, so maybe I will put the text up here. I'll quickly do it so that you can see it, just in case if I don't end up finishing the sketch page. So on Procreate, there is no outline tool per se, so I like using... Which brush is it? It's in calligraphy, the brush pen. So let's say we're gonna do Dan Heng's name. Something like this. I could have done it in handwriting. Maybe I should have. It might look prettier. Give me 1 second. Let me redo this. So here's your text and it's on its own layer like this. So I would duplicate it. Now I'm gonna make it a different color so you can tell what I'm using. So you have 2 versions of your text layer. Then you're gonna go Gaussian blur. I like bumping it to about, I don't even know, maybe You can do 5%, you can do higher if you want, but basically you're using the Gaussian blur tool to feather out your edges. Then you can select with the automatic selection tool, which you can't see because Moriko and Sato are flipping in front of it. But you can select the outside and change the threshold. So if you go all the way back, I could have Gaussian blurred it even more, but it gives you kind of like an outline. You can kind of fill in the rest. Then if you invert, I like to just color fill because usually this is exceeding the amount of Gaussian blur that I've already laid down, but you can also put this on a separate layer as well, like to fill. But then I have a filled version, which I will once again change the color so you can kind of see. And then we're gonna pop this below our original text, and then you can kind of have an outline. Granted, if you zoom in, sometimes you're gonna get very like fuzzy, almost like this weird anti-aliasing edge to it, but from far away, or if you have like a lower threshold, you can definitely make it a little bit smoother. So I'm gonna show you again, but I'm gonna blur it even more so that our outline can be a lot larger. Once again, automatic. You can see you can get a lot bigger if you have your blur a lot stronger. You can kind of change the threshold to what you want, but I like to make sure that a lot of the text has like an equal outline among all of it. And you can just fill in the rest, like I said, fill in any of the other areas. Then you can invert and then color fill. Hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. Hello Melissa, welcome. Ah, my ears. There probably are custom brushes out there, but I think that was like the way that a lot of people have kind of went about doing outlines like this. I've seen people do it for like stickers as well if you do them on Procreate instead. Hello Kawaii Alex, welcome. Okay, we're just gonna quickly quickly render a little bit of his face. So I'm gonna alpha lock this. Merge it, and then we can render him a little bit. We'll see how long I'll end up streaming today. Forget the red. It's on this side, right? It's all on the same side. feel like I made his eye color a little bit too monotone. That's okay. I don't think you need to have like a time limit on yourself for your drawings. Unless like you're supposed to be like timed and or like for a deadline, then that's kind of when speed matters a little bit more. Otherwise, it's like, as long as you're enjoying working on what you're working on, the number of hours don't matter. Oh, thank you, May. Thank you. Welcome, Daina Supaiku. Welcome. Also, tomorrow's video, I hope you guys aren't sick of Selwyn. That's all I can say. I'm just gonna quickly basically just darken up these lines and give an illusion that it looks cleaner than it actually is, and then we can do probably a really quick doodle of the Imbibitor Lunae version, Dan Heng, and then we have kind of all three together. I might do like a chibi version, maybe that's what I'll do. Are you drawing anything for the winter? I don't have like anything specific other than I want to get back into doing the floral flower OC zine that I was planning on doing for, it was supposed to be for the entirety of this year that I was supposed to be working on it. But I got really busy during like spring, summer, so I haven't had time to work on it. So I might spend a lot more time working on that and hopefully have it ready for next year sometime for like either a digital PDF download or like a physical print is what I would ideally would like. But with like the tariff thing for the US, and then right now Canada Post is still on strike. But luckily it is kind of like on rotating strike, so I might attempt to send mail. Because I sent something recently and actually arrived super quickly, so I might see if I can send out the Patreon rewards. Other than that, like, I want to do a revamp of my current VTuber and I want to make it in Procreate. And then the other one is that I wanted to make like an intro type of thing for all of my OCs, but like rig it in Live 2D. Because I want it to be like, let's say if this is like my streaming window, I guess it would be like a BRB stream, so, or not stream, like a, what do I call it? Like a screen for that? So like all of my OCs will like go in an arch kind of way, and they'll float in, starting here, going this way, and like going across the screen, kind of like in a loop. I want to have like their names, I want them to do like a pose with an expression, and I want to do like all the rigging and stuff for that. So that's something I want to work on. Other than that, like non-drawing related is make a Selwyn plush for myself. So he can join Masaki and Kaisen on my shelf on my desk. Soju? That's a cute name though. Based on the alcoholic drink. Soju is like one of the more tolerable ones for me to drink. Granted, mixing it with Yakult tastes way better. But I just don't like alcohol. Like the taste of alcohol. Me and my baby. My baby taste buds. Spirit official art, thank you. Hello, Sans. How is the snow in your province? First snow falling right now in Quebec? Oh, I heard Ontario also got snow. Very late amount of snow too. Hopefully it's not too much snow for you guys. We got more like frost kind of like snow recently. So it's not really, I wouldn't consider it the first snow per se. Some people might actually, when I think about it, but it hasn't like stuck around. It's like gone before the end of the night. Like it might start in the wee hours of the morning and then melt by the time it's the afternoon. So not quite yet. I'm kind of scared for the winter. Because I think people were saying that it's going to be a really cold winter. And I'm scared if it's going to be really cold plus like a lot of snow. Therefore like it won't melt or like budge. And it might be dangerous. Which would really suck. Anela, welcome. My favorite thing I like to draw is dinosaurs. Very nice. I feel like dinosaurs and animals are just difficult for me to draw. Pokemon is like the closest thing to any kind of creature that I can draw to a certain extent. If you guys are a fan of like Pokemon, do you guys have a favorite? Or if you guys were more of like a Digimon kid. Because I dislocated his finger earlier. So I was resizing it. It's like in a weird angle. Because at least, for me at least, I like a lot of the grass Pokemon, as well as like ghosts. The ghost type ones, I love them. Like Chandelure, I will forever love that entire line of Pokemon. Chandelure, Lampent, and Litwick. They're just so cute. Trico's very cute though. I think like the first 3 gens, I never actually chose grass really. Or like I never chose fire as my starter in general. For some reason I just always found the water and the grass types much cuter. But like after 3rd gen, I became like full on just grass types only for my starter. Granted, like 1st gen, it was always like a toss up between Bulbasaur and Squirtle for me. And I played both, like with both, because I played multiple runs on my Fire Red and Leaf Green. Or I guess just Fire Red. My brother had Leaf Green. But after that, it was all grass types. Charmander, he was so cute. It's always the little starters. Except for Sceptile, for me, I was going with Greninja. He's cool, and he's one of my favorite water types. I feel like a lot of people do like Greninja. I can't help myself with like all the ghost types. Cause like I have a shiny Shuppet in like Pokemon ZA. Ah, Shuppet's so cute. It's just a little guy. And I kind of don't want to evolve him. Hydreigon? Hydreigon's very cool. Also love his color scheme. Or its color scheme. Top 3 is Greninja, Lucario, and Pikachu. Very nice. A cool selection. Ah, it's your favorite because of the XYZ anime. I don't think I watched too much of like the newer gen anime. I think I mostly watched like the other ones when I was a kid. I watched like snippets here and there. Ghost types or fire types? Your starter is actually Charmander, nice. Charmander, I think like Gen 1 you cannot go wrong. All of them are like so cute. I mean, like, I feel like all the starters are cute, though. I just have a special place in my heart for grass types. And then obviously just in general for grass types. Because I love Buddu so much. He's just a small little bud and it's so tiny and cute. And like the little smile reminds me of Maseki. Maybe that's why I'm also biased. Because it just looks like this. Oops. Oh, for some reason I can't remember what it looks like. Something like this. I love Buddu. Such a cute Pokemon. And granted, like my first shiny ever was when I played Sapphire. I had like a shiny Roselia. So I've always been attached to it, and then later on it became a Rose Raid, and I moved it over to the next game. I'll render this one just a smidge more so that certain details don't get lost, and then I'll do one last doodle probably, and then call it quits for today because I need to go eat dinner soon. luckily I have leftovers. I can just reheat. And then maybe after this stream, I'll quickly post Selwyn's reference sheet. Wow. My favorite Pokemon is Growlithe because I loved tigers as a kid, and I kind of like Noivern now because I like bats and I like its color palette. That's cute though. I'm a Sobble starter depending on the game. My favorite Pokemon is Diancie. Cute! Love electric Pokemon, like the Zeraora of a plush of him. That's cute. Is it the Sitting Cutie version of Zeraora? I don't know if they have like Sitting Cutie plushes of them yet. Is that generation? I don't really remember where they still are. When I played Pokemon Ruby Red, I think that's the one. I had the cutest Mudkip and I really didn't want to evolve him. Mudkip is like, I love Mudkip so much. So cute. You watch Yu-Gi-Oh? I believe it came out the year I was born, 2005, I think. I think it depends on which Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Because there's many different Yu-Gi-Oh, what is it called? Sequels? Part of the series or whatever? I think when I rewatched clips, I didn't realize how often Team Rocket showed up in the anime. Because they pretty much show up every episode, right? In the old version. But maybe it's because like when watching as a kid, you have to wait like the next week or whatever to get the next episode. Or however it worked before. And because of that, I didn't really notice how often they showed up. Have you watched anime or read any manga recently? Watching anything? No, I don't think. I mostly listen to like streams in my free time, or like Reddit story type podcasts. Ear Biscuits, the Smosh podcast one I listen to occasionally. If not, like, yeah, I watch a lot of like gaming streams in the background. In terms of like manga, the only ones I've been like I would consider recently I've read is Witch Hat Atelier, because I low-key still catching up, and then Fragrance Blooms with Dignity? I always mess that one up, the name, but that one too, because that one's like so cute, and I really like the art style for it, and the characters in general I really like. Like Nintoro and Waguri, I just love them so much, but also like the side characters, I like them a lot. Really janky looking zipper, because I can't be bothered. Wait. The last time I went to like AnimeFon, my brother was the one driving me and my friend, because I'm not confident in driving like long distance. My friend and my brother were talking about Ghost Stories, like the English dub, and I'd never heard of this before, and both of them were like losing it trying to explain to me this entire clip, so they made me watch it in the car with them. Yeah, that anime is very interesting. They got a lot of leeway for the dub. I was actually shocked because I was like, are you sure this is like real? Like the legit one? It's not some sort of like fan dub. Abridged version. I was like, if my friend's telling me, she can't be lying to me. My brother is like fair game if he'll lie to me, but my friend will at least tell me the truth. Hello Amir, welcome. Which one was it? I don't really remember. It was like way too long of a clip because I think it was a whole compilation of like all the absurd things that they could say. There was one that like they legit wouldn't stop laughing, so they had to show me it. So I keep forgetting what it was because it clearly didn't stick in my brain too much, other than I know that has kind of like a cursed dub. Kami-sama kiss. I saw that. What is it called? Ah, what is that called? What is the manga? Hanakimi? It's getting an anime version. I'm so excited. I was looking up to see if I could find the old live action, because I think I talked about this the last stream we had. And I saw like the cast lineup and stuff, or like all the characters, and I find it very interesting in how they interpret like their hair color and everything. Because I've always seen like the manga version, and then I've watched the Taiwanese version of like the live action. I've watched the Japanese version as well. Hanakimi is like, it was like part of my middle school, high school. I think it was middle school actually, only middle school. I love Hanakimi. What ghost stories? I don't know which one it was. I don't know which one it was because it was a compilation. I'm back. I just had to check my Instagram because I got new followers and I haven't posted in 2 weeks. Oh, that's good. Congrats. Yeah, the humor's very, is crude the right word? It's pushing a lot of boundaries, I think, which I don't think is very, like, appropriate, I guess, here, so I think that's a good call. Unpopular opinions. Sailor Moon deserves to be in the big three, by the way it shaped the magical girl anime as a whole and just so iconic. What would you guys consider as the big three? I never grew up with like Sailor Moon or like Cardcaptor Sakura or whatever. I think the only like magical girl series that I saw was like some sort of Pretty Cure or like Mermaid Melody. Because I got into anime like during my middle school years. And I don't really remember what was the influence of me watching those particular ones. Maybe it was like my friends' choices. Oopsies, what did I switch? Ooh, drew down the wrong layer. That's fun. Hmm? Okay, I think that was the only one on that layer. Do I actually want to fit one more drawing? I have to look up a reference. I feel like he's the least drawn Dan Heng that I've done, so... But alright, I was gonna do a chibi. Maybe a good call. So I think like it's only really what I could fit here. I'll slow the opacity for these guys so I can kind of see a bit better and look up a reference. Dan Heng. Bibiter Lunae. I don't want to write the whole thing. Lunae. Did you see the new Demon Slayer movie? I did not. The thing is, like, I've read the entire manga because I did that drawing thing for a video, so I do know how it ends and I know the entire plot, but I'm just not a movie person. My friend went to go see it. Well, that's true. Yeah, One Piece, Naruto, Bleaches would be the big three. Wait, I didn't know that. You only seen 2 animes? Pokemon and Ghost Stories? That's kind of shocking. But the Pokemon dub, bless it. I love the Pokemon dub. It's so fun. Also, 4Kids dub of, what was it called? Yu-Gi-Oh! GX is crazy. Underrated anime that you watch that you think is really good? I don't know if the ones that I consider really good are technically like underrated. Cause I like March comes in like a lion. I also like Chihaya Furu, but I think that one's also popular enough. Gintama, I think it's also popular enough. Mob Psycho, I think has a solid fan base. Actually, let me use the washroom really quick and I'll come back. Where's my be right back? Here we go. And we'll just do this so you guys can have something to look at. Okay, I'm back. Okay. I somehow swiped out of my reference for this Dan Heng. Okay. I feel like my tea just like ran through me. Maybe that's why. Hydrated too hard. But make sure you guys are also staying hydrated. We're gonna have like, excuse me, the last final stretch of the stream. Hopefully just to finish like a little chibi of this Dan Heng. I think I'm gonna post some of the things I worked on during stream. I guess that's what the community tab thing is for. Because unfortunately before, when I had like the thing for Twitch, I would allow people to share via either the Discord or the share links in the stream. Which is like one thing I do kind of miss just streaming on Twitch versus here. Here is a little bit too free, so I don't trust people with links. And I want to draw the Walton files, but I have no motivation that I do if I want to get motivation. You can also just like, how do I explain this? Draw for like 5 minutes of like what you wanted to start drawing. So in this case, the Walton files fan art or whatever it is. And if you don't feel like it after like the first five-ish minutes, you can just stop there, pick it up another day. Otherwise, like, it's a good way to just like get yourself started. It's like kind of the hardest part typically for like starting anything. So once you get over that hump, then you can kind of like see and go from there. Because maybe all you needed to do was like get over the starting point and then you have the motivation to finish. Excuse me. Wow. Guess I'll just draw him with the little flower thing. Like a lily. I'll get rid of this. I don't know how I want to draw the chibis for today. Or like it's like singular. I was gonna say, let me see if I can do this. Give me 1 second. Oh. There's like a fruit fly in here. Since we're drawing a chibi, I'll also switch over. also think like if you're making characters or doing character design, I think it's okay if your character looks like another character. As long as like you're not blatantly referencing that same character, you know what I mean? Because like there's always gonna be some sort of like overlap. Unfortunately, like people might point it out. She shrunk. Might lower his eyes. I draw like my chibis. Their eyes quite high up on their face. I'm trying to... I don't know how I want to pose him. I was gonna say maybe I'll make him hold like the little lily flower thing, the pink one. But I don't know. I'm pretty sure this is already an emote for... Or not emote, like a sticker version for this Dan Heng and like specifically. It's not only that, I guess like for character designs too, some people who see like 2 out of like 3 similar colors go like, oh, it's blank from whatever series, and like technically they don't look anything alike. It's just what your brain associates certain things with, right? Or like just even pattern recognition, I mean. I like the vibe of a character, so I started going for that vibe, but now it looks a lot like the character. You could always like show it to another person too, like your friend or something, to see like, do you think they look too similar? Because sometimes like you might be recognizing them as being too similar because you're referencing them, but like maybe the overall look of them actually doesn't really look like the character. And not only that, at least for myself, the more, like, if I design a character and then the more that I draw them without, like, the initial look at them, they start to slowly change into what you naturally kind of draw things as, in a way. Because, at least for you, you'll slowly start to make certain changes. But if you constantly only draw that character with that other reference, then they might remain the same all the time. And if that's not what you want, then you can definitely kind of like separate yourself in that OC from that reference and see where it goes. It's a little too large. Give him his horns. I don't know why. Did I draw this Dan Heng a lot before? Because like his hair makes too much sense in my brain. And I feel like I've drawn these horns a lot. But I don't... Did I? One... No, I don't think so. Unless I painted him, maybe. Maybe that's why. I think, like I said, I don't think there's anything wrong with having an OC that looks like an existing character. It just depends on like how you treat it. Like if you did reference the character from like a certain series. Let's say like I made an OC that looks like Dan Heng because I was referencing Dan Heng. And if a person asks you, hey, your character looks like Dan Heng, and you like vehemently say no it doesn't, then, you know, a little bit of denial there, but... I'm just saying there's no harm in that. Because a lot of people have like characters that they reference from, but like I said, like throughout time, or the more that you draw them, they'll slowly evolve into like their own character by your own choices and like separating them from that said media. I can't see what this earring looks like. I feel bad that I didn't draw like anything that wasn't like chibi version for this one, but I didn't think I was gonna stream for like 4 hours today. Hello, Candy. Love your videos, and I think Selwyn is so cute. Thank you. Or so cutesy. Thank you. I'm glad you guys like Selwyn. Like I said, tomorrow is not going to be free from Selwyn. It's going to be another one. But it is a little bit different, I promise you. It's not fully focused on him, I guess, in a sense. Okay, let's see how this will work. Alpha lock. Color consistency, I'm just gonna color pick from the pre-existing Dan Hengs that I have. Oh, I heard my neck crack. Are you winning, Rin? Absolutely. I think Jim Lee sounds familiar. I don't know who David Finch is. I have watched some comic artists. I forget who had a series of also like interviewing certain artists. I would watch that as well. But not like in recent time. I haven't. I think a while back you did draw Imbibitor version quite a bit. I don't know where. So maybe it was like doodles or like traditional media, maybe I did. See how fast I can go. Even though I know I said like speed isn't really important, but like I said, if you have like a deadline or anything like that, then speed is gonna be necessary. Granted, I don't really have a deadline, I just need to eat dinner eventually. It's been a while since I've rendered a chibi on Procreate. I mostly do them, I guess, like other than Selwyn, but I think Selwyn's I didn't do like the same way. Maybe I did. I don't really remember, honestly. For some reason I purged that out of my mind. Maybe because I thought I could do Selwyn's chibi a bit cuter. It's okay. 34 degrees Fahrenheit? I don't know what that is in Celsius. Unfortunately, doesn't really give me much context, but if it's too cold, hopefully you can find something warm to keep you functioning. Is both of his shoulders? Nope, just the one. Oh, 1 degrees. Do you live in like a very cold, or not cold, hot climated area? Or like warm, I guess. It has been getting colder recently. I think here at least. Let me see what. Right now, it's only 6 degrees Celsius. But granted, it is like, you know, the evening, so it's getting cooler or chillier slowly. But sometimes I still wear like shorts and just a sweater. Do my errands. See, he does have like a red strand. I guess I have drawn him recently, but why don't I have evidence of drawing him? It had to have been like some sort of traditional medium. It was like alcohol markers or something. Dang it. That's cold. Maybe it's around 5 degrees Celsius. I mean, 1 degree makes sense too, Celsius wise. If yours is about like 30 something in Fahrenheit. I feel like swapping colors does make the process go a lot slower though, but as long as you're getting like your desired results, like I said, speed doesn't really matter unless you have to go fast for some reason. Maybe in a sketchbook? Dream a lot last year, I think. It probably has to be my sketchbook. It's just like looking at my stuff. At least, let me take a look. Because I know there's this one, but I don't even like that one that much. And I guess this? Oh, I guess I did draw them a lot. Please don't crash. There's like a few doodles in here, I guess I see now. So maybe I did commit it into my brain at some point. It was too familiar when I was drawing him. Also, I don't like the fact that Procreate does that. I don't know if it's just mine or it's just like it in general. If I scroll down and then click on a drawing and then exit out, it takes me right back to the top, which I don't like. For you, it's -2 degrees Celsius. Your clothes are so cold. Hopefully you guys are staying warm. Or try to stay warm at least. I guess it makes sense why his design's too familiar. For some reason, I thought I only drew him like that one time this year. Last year makes a lot more sense. There's also some like reverse 1999 characters that I want to draw. Or like sketch out. Because I feel like I can do some of them justice now that I know a little bit more about them. We'll see. Because I like a lot of their character designs. Yeah, I do find it annoying because like there's no reason for it to take you back to the top unless that's like something people do frequently, which I can't understand why, because it's not like you need to exit out of your gallery by going to the top. So it's kind of strange, that's for sure. And annoying. Strange and annoying. I hope it's like something that they actually just like accidentally put in, because I would love for them to take it out. Because like I really don't see the benefit of it. Especially if I need to access like a lot of files lower in my gallery. It's so annoying to scroll back and forth. He's so cute, thank you. Hopefully we can kind of spruce him up a bit. I'm also going to add the red first. Because he has it on both sides, which always throws me off. Because usually it's only on this eye. It's on this one. This looks like a little polite guy. Okay. I think we can start to render a little bit. But just to make him a little bit more visually interesting, I'll give him the little glow of some sort. Something like this. Okay, stretch. We've hit the 4-hour mark 12 minutes ago. I didn't think I was gonna stream for this long. Okay. Render, render, render. He's gonna need a lot of help, so. Ah. I thought it was a bug at first. I kind of hope it is. And that they're gonna, you know, fix it and patch it. I can only hope. I don't know if like that many people noticed it either. Your chibis are so cute. Thank you. I'm always iffy about them, so I'm glad that some people like my chibis. Oh, I'll also do this. Yeah, and then Sunday's over. We're gonna have the Sunday scaries. Hopefully me fixing this one up will make me like it a little bit more. 'Cause I don't know how I feel about it. Same. Another thing that for me is that it refreshes when I leave the app, and it never did that before. Oh, interesting. I might have to pay attention to that next time. I don't think I've had people say they don't like my chibis. I personally have issues with my own chibis. I flip-flop between different styles depending on like what I need it for, and I don't know what I like better. A part of me sometimes feels like maybe I should just stick with more painted ones, like these ones. Because I have some cute ones of my OCs that I really like. But then at some point, I used to really like my chibis when they were done like in Paint Tool Sai and Clip Studio Paint. But then when I went back to doing those ones, I feel like I just don't have the same motivation to finish them, and maybe it's like a line art problem again. I don't know. Hello, Stella. This is my first live. Love your art. Been watching me for a while. Thank you. I appreciate it, and welcome. What kept you going? What? I've been wanting to work on my model, but every time I come to it, I completely lose motivation. What kept you going to finish rigging? To be honest, this is very unhealthy, by the way, so I won't recommend it. Sometimes for certain videos, I give myself like a date that I have to have it finished by, and because I did make the videos for me rigging and doing my model to some certain extent, it did kind of push me to have to like finish it by a certain time. And like I said, it's not a good motivation to do that all the time, because I myself know I run on fear. So back in like uni, I sometimes procrastinated so badly that I run on fear on finishing an insane amount of work in a short amount of time, which is not healthy nor sane. But it worked out for me in the end, because I know it's possible for me, but it's not good for me. Otherwise, I say like if you're doing rigging and stuff, take your time. Because for me, every time I've done rigging and I squeeze it in all in one day, I have the worst carpal tunnel feeling, or like back pain, neck pain, eye strain. So like if you can't, split it up into the days that you feel motivated to do it. And another motivation is just like, I just wanted to fix my model. My old model was so dang janky. And I knew I could do better, so like I wanted to at least attempt to make a better model for myself so I could use it for stream, because I wanted to stream more at the time. And I feel like my current model, not the chibi one, but my other current model, there's something wrong with the tracking, and I don't know if it's my phone or like the settings that I have, but I want to redo some of like the mouth flaps and like the hair, and learn how to do the... Why can't I remember what it's called? There's like a certain terminology for the hair and I keep forgetting what it's called, but it basically makes it a little bit more flowy, because there's like a boning structure basically for it, or whatever it's called. So it knows like where the bend and bounce that's like other than the physics. So there's like a lot of things I want to try out, but I also want to do it more in like, you know, this kind of style where it's more painterly-ish than kind of more of my cell shaded, I consider more sterile looking style in Clip Studio Paint, which I think is easier for me to manage, but overall, like visually, I would like something closer to how I work in Procreate. It looks like I'm crying. You. I didn't realize I still have my Wolnu Raymond Pixel chibi thing in front of my tablet. But that's another thing. I want to add toggles to like the new one, because this one has, I forget which key it is though. Is it this one? Nope. Is it this? Oh, there it is. The tracking's off on it for some reason, or like my parameters are off. Do you know how I could get over perfectionism? Cause I usually give up fast and I think I can't save a drawing. Ooh. So one thing is that I don't know if this will prevent you from saving it, but even before you start drawing digitally, just save the file as a blank canvas. So like by the end of your drawing session, just hit save and then close the window. You don't ever have to like look back at the drawing, but like if you're just preventing yourself from saving just in general because you know you're gonna delete it, maybe it'd be a good way to slowly let yourself to save the drawing, but just put it somewhere that you don't have to look at it. Maybe that's one way to kind of combat that for a little bit. In terms of perfectionism, I can't really think of a specific way besides doing something like very loose, like gesture drawing, to maybe warm yourself up and allowing yourself to just do quick drawings and getting it over with traditionally. Because traditionally, like, you physically have to throw it away if you want to get rid of it. And I would advise you to like maybe just keep them somewhere that you just can't see them, but like don't urge yourself to throw them away per se. And then that way you can just still have your quick turnaround of like drawings and not like preventing yourself from what is it called? One, starting, because I know some people who have perfectionism issues don't want to even start, knowing that they're either thinking maybe they're ill prepared or not gonna like it in the end. I'm trying to think of other methods, because like unfortunately I'm not lenient on myself per se, but I wouldn't deem myself a perfectionist. Otherwise, like, I don't think I'll be able to do things like, you know, leaving sketchy lines everywhere, leaving colors not accurate, all that stuff. Otherwise, like, you can probably do very small drawing exercises that force you to draw for a very short amount of time regardless, and slowly build up to longer durations. But I don't know. I don't know if that's even good advice. So if anyone has like better advice about like combating perfectionism, feel free to chime in. Because at this point I feel like I'm treating the symptom and not like the overall problem. But I think it's because I have a hard time understanding how else to combat it. So apologies about that. You do sketch, but even your sketches I spend too long on. I think it's okay to spend like a long time on your sketches though. There's nothing wrong with it. I feel like there are people that are a little bit gatekeepy. Because like sometimes I'm also hesitant calling these these sketch pages, right? because technically I could argue they are technically just colored sketches because they're not fully rendered, but I wouldn't say that technically. You could argue the opposite, you know what I mean? But I'm using sketch page as kind of like a loose term in terms of like unfinished, kind of just like slapping a bunch of things together, almost in a way. But like if you can find ways to be like, oh, if I don't call it a sketch and it, you know, allows you to move past a certain point, then allow yourself to do that until you get to a place that you're more comfortable with, you know? I hope. I hope what I'm saying kind of makes some sort of sense. I think also transitioning from realism, because I kind of went both ways, because I used to do a lot of realism back in school. Anime or like even cartoony styles, like anything stylistic requires, I feel like, a different part of your brain versus drawing realism, because it often requires you to draw more from your imagination and being able to interpret versus something that, which I feel like is a little bit more technical when you're doing something like realism, because you're training more like observational drawing rather than drawing from less of a technical aspect and more from like imagination, from your thoughts, from your own interpretation. And then once you relinquish the idea of like following a reference super closely, because maybe you're chasing hyperrealism or, you know, likeness, then, you know, that's another not a crutch per se, but like a difference between drawing something that's realistic versus drawing something that's like purely stylistic. Because I had issues before where I would draw with the reference for realism, but if I don't pay close enough attention, I can tell when my body or my brain is telling me like, hey, you kind of like doing this instead of this, then it becomes more stylistic than realistic. I feel like it's just, you kind of have to train your other side of your brain a little bit. But with that being said, there is a lot of overlap between the two, so I feel like there is some areas that might transition a lot easier than some other areas, I guess. I kind of missed the fruit fly, dang. What? It's already 7 p.m. I need to finish this up. I can go eat dinner. And change his hands really quick. I'll just leave it as this. It's good enough. It's about the same-ish finish as the rest, in a way. You need to stop fussing. What is this? Okay, this dude's done. He's not gonna get any more. Okay, last thing, white outline. Then we're actually done. Ah! Okay. Oh, just joking. I feel like I need to put this. Sunday be coming to a close. Okay, so next, white outline for everything. For this, I do end up doing it manually. Because there's just some things I like to highlight, and because I have so many like scraggly lines everywhere, I don't want the automatic fill to interpret some of those areas. So I just do it manually. And I don't mind if it overlaps like in a weird way, because it kind of helps hide some of my weird outlines too. One done. This is too large. Oh well. Can you just copy the drawing and scale it a little? I could, but I prefer being able to select what I wanna outline, and because I overlap them, I don't want to do it like entirely in certain areas. It just gives me some leeway on choosing, because like I said, there are some scraggly lines that I don't want copying and pasting or Gaussian blurring or whatever automatic selection tool to pick up, because it'll be more of a pain to clean those up, I feel like, than just doing an outline around them all. And I like it sitting in the front, you know what I mean? Instead of like, if you were to scale it up or do the outline method, it sits behind entirely. Because I don't mind if this is messy. Because if it's a sketch page, then let it be sketchy. We're almost done anyways, it's okay. I might add a little bit of doodles around some of these areas. It's looking a little sparse. 5 to 7 minutes for... How... So how does your Apple Pencil take? Like, to charge? Or what do you mean? I feel like sometimes it takes longer to charge. As long as you're charging like directly to your iPad, I guess. Is this on a layer below everything else? This one's on top. I like having it on top because there are areas that certain characters are on top of each other, and I like having the outline just overall on top of everything. Last but not least, we'll just doodle. Oops, I forgot the whole section. Duplicate. Collage and blur. Looks like Gaussian and blurred it too hard. There we go. I think there's one last thing I wanted to do and I forgot already. Oh, I guess they're just their names. Just totally unnecessary, but I think I'm gonna do it anyways. Answer. Hopefully this is correct. Do the same thing. Ah. There. Okay. We're done. Way too long. We're done. Ah. Okay. I feel like this is much more than a doodling session. I guess I wasn't as tired. Physically tired. Ugh. It's gonna stretch and then we'll go through the time lapse. I didn't realize how much my chibis block the view of my canvas. Yeah, I'll post these ones. I don't know which one I'll post today. It's either this or I'll post the Selwyn references. We'll see. I will eat dinner after. Maybe I'll post something while I'm eating. Handwriting's so pretty. I have a love-hate relationship with my handwriting. But thank you. Okay, I think we're done. This became a Dan Heng drawing session. I kind of wish I made his eyes smaller, but you know, it's okay. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know the next time I'll be streaming. I did have like I said, we go back to the Selwyn. I had this one ready to be a watercolor painting. I think I got a little bit too intimidated by the amount of stars, so I might try to figure this out a bit later. I also have this that we could have worked on, and I might turn this to watercolor as well, who knows? We'll see. Yeah, that and I had the Kaida Haru one, which I don't really like anymore. So I think, yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it for today. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Appreciate it. Ugh. Wow, I can hear like my back and my neck cracking. That's terrible. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. This is like one of the longest streams I've done in a while. Almost 5 hours, dang. But I'm gonna go eat dinner. Yeah, and I'll talk to you guys next time. New video Monday will be another sketchbook video. And I think that is all. Hopefully you guys have a good rest of the day as well as the rest of the week. Yeah, I'll talk to you guys next time. Bye bye. 10-hour stream, oh heck no. Goodbye.